19 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. We are getting very, very close to closing arguments. In case you guys are a little confused of where we are right now, or if you had a wonderful 3-day weekend and didn't think about this trial, we are currently in the cross-examination of Dr. Mack. So far, from the last two witnesses, we heard about their evaluations of Lindsay Clancy. The defense, they had a psychiatrist who evaluated Lindsay, and Dr. Resnick found that Lindsay was suffering from postpartum psychosis during that event on January 24th. And then she also was diagnosed with a bipolar disorder. Now, Dr. Mack evaluated her, and we are in state's rebuttal right now. And he found that she had major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder, considered generalized anxiety disorder as a secondary. And he said that she was criminally responsible on the day of the killings. We're currently in the cross-examination where Mr. Reddington was asking questions about whether or not Dr. Mack brought in collaterals to get more information from people in Lindsay's lives. For example, her family members, maybe her colleagues that work with her, maybe even the people that evaluate Lindsay before the killings happen. And we've heard that line of questioning before with Dr. Tufts, with nurse practitioner Gelada, with other doctors that evaluate Lindsay at the ER or at McLean Hospital. And then also we got into the DSM for a very, very, very long time. So Mr. Reddington, and I think he's making a larger argument here of whether or not we should be relying on the DSM for, assistance in making diagnosis in America. Mr. Reddington was referring to the World Health Organization. He was looking at the I still get this wrong, IDC or ICD, I forgot, which are different tools that maybe other countries use. And so it seems like if you're looking at, I think the World Health Organization, or was it the ICD? What was one of those? They actually include postpartum up until 1 year after the birth of the child. But for the DSM, I think DSM was only like 4 weeks after the birth of the child. So that was happening for a little bit. There was some, cute back and forth between Reddington and Dr. Mack. Now, today, Dr. Mack is back on the stand, but he's not in there in person. I'm like, what happened? Can I come back in person? He is behind the television. And I wonder if there was just a scheduling thing where Dr. Mack thought that it was going to be a 1-day testimony, and then, things went a lot longer. So Dr. Mack is back behind the television. Mr. Reddington is fired. He is ready to get started, and he is going to blast a bunch of questions. So let's see how the rest of the cross-examination goes. It seems like today it's going to be pretty good. So I hope you guys had a good weekend. We've been doing trial recaps for this case. Feel free to go check it out on the channel. So far, they have been daily recaps, which was something I was not intending on doing. I was planning on doing maybe like a weekly recap or something. But the information in this case is just so dense. There's a lot of information. So even doing daily recaps is pretty tough. So good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. And feel free to chime in on your thoughts, opinions about this case, because, there are some very different opinions about whether or not people think that Lindsay was in psychosis, whether or not she got the treatment that she needed, whether or not she was complying with it, amongst many, many, many other things. So feel free to share all your thoughts here. And guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Let's get started with Mr. Reddington.
Justice of the Superior Court, now setting upon it within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Well, I can see the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I was waiting for her to see to tell us how many jurors are in there. I'm assuming all 18 are still there. We haven't heard otherwise. Today's day 19, right? Okay. Day 19. So the judge is going to give a little scheduling, but nothing really too in particular. He's just reminding them that we're in the cross-examination of Dr. Mack right now. We're in state's rebuttal. And when the state is done with their rebuttal, we're going to go straight to closing arguments. So the defense does not get to come up again and put on more witnesses, which I was looking forward to, possibly. Alrighty.
All right. And so just to kind of go back as far as...
Mr. Reddington, come on up. He is fired and ready to go. Hello?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate 1 or 2.
So if you estimate 1 or 2 times, would this be your 3rd time?
By that estimation, yes.
Okay, so it's not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the 3rd time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Well, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how much.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them in the courtroom.
So my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility, and this would be your 3rd time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my...
We're bringing up Park and Dietz again because this was mentioned the other day in cross-examination that apparently Park Dietz testified and lied about a Law & Order SVU episode or something like that. Apparently that episode didn't exist, and I don't know if it's tied to the Andrea Yates case where her case was overturned and she got a second trial because of that.
My career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times...
So I think Mr. Reddington is laughing right there. So there is a battle between Mr. Reddington and this witness. This witness will really expand on his answers, and Mr. Reddington, as we've seen, even with his own witnesses, he's like, boom, boom, boom. I just want quick, short answers so we can move on. And that is his attitude throughout the entire trial. Like, let's just move on. We're stipulating to this. We don't need this witness on the stand. Let's just keep on going. So there is going to be a battle between the two of them today with that. And we saw that on Friday. Also, Park Dietz, I guess they're the ones that sends out, like maybe Park Dietz works with the government and then they send out, I don't know, retention letters to experts and like, hey, you might be good for this case. You want to testify. So I think they're the ones that facilitated. That's what it made it seem like on Friday.
And in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
All you got to do is just look at Mr. Reddington's body language.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that a Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
I don't think any witness wants to give a simple yes or no. When you're testifying on the stand, especially being cross-examined, you're going to try to give as much context and details as possible. Now, I know exactly where Mr. Reddington was going with this when I heard it this morning. So I was on Twitter and I saw people were like, hey, we need to get this to Mr. Reddington. He needs to see this. He needs to see this. Apparently, this witness testified in other cases or maybe another case. And the judge found that his opinions were... There was a specific term that was used. Mr. Reddington will tell you guys. And so I don't know if Mr. Reddington saw that over the weekend or maybe, this was the line of questioning that he was going to go with through all this time. But I felt like we were stalling in the DSM for a long ass time. So I don't know. But it will be very interesting if, it happens in cases. Sometimes, you get help from the internet, right?
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
No.
Did you testify? Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
No. How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, that's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for temporary aid to needy families?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
You agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that, I guess, had to be tested. Right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay. So
I think that right there was such an excellent line of questioning, like the method behind that. So Reddington gives a recap of it. The witness was like, I don't agree with your characterization of it, but Mr. Reddington needs to get this witness to agree to something. So he's going to ask some basic questions like, oh, do you agree chance of this? Do you agree this happened? Do you agree to this? And then he's going to again go back again and pitch his summary of what happened. And, the witness is going to say, well, I don't agree with it. So I still think it's still a really good line of questioning, because you're hoping that the witness will say yes, 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 yes. And then when it gets into an important question, you're hoping that they're just going to be like, okay, yes.
the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved.
So he's going to try again.
With drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words? Those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that testimony or that report was presented. No.
Okay, so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
I am curious about that, though, because I saw people were talking about it on Twitter, but I didn't really look into it. Don't experts typically rely on other researchers and then they make their opinions based off of that? Why would he need to be the specific researcher? Can't you look at other cases and then you can evaluate, or you can, form your opinions based on that? I don't know, I guess it depends on what the nuances of this case was, I guess, maybe. I don't know. I also want to say something else. So Mr. Reddington is, pulling up other cases where this witness may have been not qualified, I guess, to testify, or, there was appeals that happened. I think that's a really good job with the line of questioning. Remember, when the Commonwealth was doing their cross-examination of Dr. Resnick, they use his own words from podcasts, books, studies, or something like that against him, and based off his opinions that he made in this trial. So Reddington, it's like a way of like trying to discredit your expert, the opposing expert's opinions. And I think both were really, really good.
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TANF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given.
Now, I wonder if the Commonwealth saw what was going on social media, and I wonder if they were prepared to redirect based on these questions. We'll see. We'll see if they have a long break. Maybe we'll go to, no, I don't think we'll get into lunch. That would be too long of a cross-examination. But it'll indicate to us whether or not the Commonwealth are prepared for this. Or maybe they already knew. Maybe they did the research ahead of time.
Given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
Yes.
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right. So to answer
the answer is right.
Yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so, Helbrun. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
you'll have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury?
Kirk.
Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February date?
I think the first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there. Right,
because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
Is he going to ask them if they stayed in the same hotel room? Reddington was giving this witness shit on Friday for doing the evaluation with Dr. Kirk Halburn. And I'm assuming maybe Dr. Halburn is a psychologist. He was a psychiatrist, or he is a psychiatrist in this case. And he was like, oh, you guys went there together. Oh, you were doing the evaluations together. Oh, okay. Well, it seems like they're not independent. You know, isn't it possible that your opinions formed based on the other doctor that was present? That was basically what he was saying. And I was like, oh, interesting. How come these two doctors did the evals together, not separately?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where? Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it Ritz-Carlton? Where?
A private home.
A private home, okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't
know?
No,
he didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Halpern at Tewksbury Hospital, yes.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as. But it's Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Halpern, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the...
And so Reddington right there purposely says Dr. Hoffman because he wants this doctor to pronounce Dr. Halburn the way that he knows how it's pronounced. Also, a thing that Mr. Reddington does a lot. He'll be like, oh, wait, sorry, what was this again? Oh, it's this. Oh, okay. Like, oh my gosh. Like, he's on fire today and he's been doing really well.
Parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think.
All these little tactics that he's just like injecting in there.
I think that's right.
And
or in the lobby.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy, but creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the records would be obviously. Cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed the cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts, is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbronn.
To Dr. Who, I'm sorry?
I think Dr. Kirk Heilbronn. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained, obviously, after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't the conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and that would be interviewing Pat, the father, and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively that is the core component of that report.
Okay, that's a component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts?
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tufts.
By the way, for some reason, we never heard testimony from Dr. McAllister. I don't know why.
The Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yes.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Tewksbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages. A lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony. You read all that too, right?
Correct.
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. Did they ask Dr. Zeisel about how much money he made on the evals? Did they? I don't really remember that.
It ranges over the years, several $100,000. Yeah. Can be a few.
And a lot of that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that it would be appointed cases or cases either from...
So how much did he say?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that it would be appointed cases.
100,000s?
Or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in a court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
So it's like, okay, well, look at all the information that you had on Lindsay killing her children. You talked to, the Commonwealth. You reviewed the reports of other people. And how much money are you making again? So again, we always see this line of questioning with a lot of experts in other cases. And it's always like, okay, well, you're biased. You're testifying because you're hired by either the defense or you're hired by, the state. And you're just forming your opinions to help that side.
We're talking about over the last...
They never asked him. They asked Zeisel if he was doing it because Red was his friend. Like, he didn't ask Zeisel. Yeah, I don't remember them asking Zeisel how much money he made.
15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
sustained. Next question.
Objection.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was retained by the District Attorney's Office, yes.
All right. And let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety.
No. This is
I would like to be able
Hold on, Doc.
Oh man, I knew that Mr. Rector was going to interrupt him.
Please, listen to the question. When you answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has an idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that and that brings that point together.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
A what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrunn about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't, excuse me, you didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out,
Well, you as in you and your firm, I guess.
forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yep.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Ms. Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards, they have to open the door, they have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in, you have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
The first day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Heilbrunn sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
One would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask.
And she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrunn went on his own to Tewksbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yes.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing. The psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There are a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychological or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be a test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
He did ask his own expert if the MMPI was for lying, and then the expert said, I have to look it up. Give me a second.
Well, the K scale is among the
Because I remember the expert didn't really give like a definite answer. It seemed a little bit more like,
internal validity scales of the MMPI. The MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Disdain. Next
Well,
question.
you know-
Next question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying. It's on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So let's stay with Dr. Mack's opinion on the K scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is...
the Dr. Mack opinion. Like, this is your definition of it, not the correct definition.
not being truthful about their symptoms, or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
Because
the user cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that the person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay. So you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Heilbrunn, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about. I don't know. We're looking at each other, right?
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but yes, next.
Yeah, okay. So tell me again what your answer was, sir.
Okay, his expert said yes, if it was something that you can test for lying. Is it here? Why is it all like completely out of sync? It's supposed to be here. No, maybe the subtitles are really off.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, is it like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer? So that's a little difficult. But first, did Major Sir? Obviously, the court is at my request, sir.
Oh, I don't know. The transcript is like really fucked up. Never mind. We'll go back to this. He said that the MMPI, is it a way to test if someone's like lying or being truthful? His expert said not lying in, oh, he says yes, although the test is more specific about the symptoms, which I appreciated that answer. That's why I remembered that answer, because I was like, oh, okay, he's like not, overplaying his cards, or he's not being super, I guess, confirmatory to things that Reddington is saying. It's like, I will give you some nuance to my answers, which I like.
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her case scale, effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the healthcare providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I'm aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Oh, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that
I don't know if I like that answer. I don't think I did. I think you should have just defined what mania was.
I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive, and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas. Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your... go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required, and only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar...
Yes, there may be people that believe Patrick did it, but please be respectful, guys. You can agree to disagree. You can keep the conversation going, and you can try to, if you don't think that's true, you can try to convince them otherwise, but it is what it is, guys. It's okay.
Bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir,
there's going to be a lot of difference of opinions. Even if you guys may think that, Lindsay was not criminally responsible, there's still a lot of different opinions that can be within that realm. Depending on if you agree on the same evidence, or if you agree that Lindsay sought help or not. So there's gonna be a lot of other things that you guys are gonna disagree about, and just keep it chill. All right.
Is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Tewksbury Hospital, and how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion.
But it doesn't mean that you have to agree with them. You can tell them that you think they're wrong. That's completely fine.
that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my.
Why don't you say it again, sir?
Yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode, and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with? Do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
All right, sidebar for the report. Have us fight about the Patrick crap. I don't think Patrick did it, but if there are people that come in here with a different opinion than mine or than yours, then there's always a better way to
Capacity
deal
to
with
appreciate.
it. You know, if you outright just start calling them names or attacking them, it's going to make them, you know, pigeonhole into their opinion even more, right? The best way to really deal with people that disagree with you is just, you know, just have a normal conversation. And then, you know, if they start going off the rockers a little bit, that's when we're like, okay, maybe we'll just like get them out of here. We'll see.
So, sir, you would agree that your opinion on page 35 is that at the time of the incident, that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode.
So again, he did not diagnose her with bipolar disorder. And then Reddington's going to be like, oh, why didn't you? Here are the signs. Here are the symptoms.
Proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was of the diagnosis? Diagnosis.
Yes.
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
Who diagnosed her with bipolar disorder? I don't remember her actually getting diagnosed. Dr. Resnick, the defense's expert. But I don't know if there was anyone at the Tewksbury Hospital that evaluated her and then was like, yeah, she has bipolar disorder, or if there was like other doctors at any hospital. Because if she's taking medications at Tewksbury, I wonder if someone diagnosed her with bipolar disorder and gave her those medications, or are those medications given to her because of all the other, you know, things that's going on in her life, like depression, anxiety, stuff like that. But it was mentioned by this expert that Lindsay was on low dosages for all the other medications.
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report.
I can't believe Patrick's going to get away with it, Rain. I have a friend in my real life who, I mean, social media is just a very compelling thing. She's like, oh yeah, I've seen the stuff on Instagram. Like, what are your thoughts? Like, are you sure? Are you sure he didn't do it? Are you sure? I'm like, and she's like, you know, she's a really smart person. But yeah, it's really compelling on social media. I've seen some of the stuff, like they were comparing his shoes. I think the newest development was that Patrick's friend that testified in the stand that he looks like Patrick, and maybe the friend was the one that showed up at CVS and 3V, and it really wasn't Patrick. I don't know. Like I've seen some of the stuff, and I'm just like, Patrick just looks like a broken man. Like I think there's other explanations for things, and you know, I feel like if I hear information like that, I'm like, well, you know, it could be this, sure, you know, but then there has to be other evidence to really bolster that. I don't see it, but I haven't been in the deep realms of the social media coverage, like on Instagram or TikTok, about this case.
Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
But we're just focusing on this trial. And I mean, I think Reddington, if there was any sort of doubt that it was Lindsay that did it, and if he thinks that it was someone else, I feel like Reddington would be all over it just to throw in some doubt for the jury when they're deliberating. And Mr. Reddington is a seasoned attorney. He's been doing this for a very long time. You know, why not just throw a little bit of doubt in there? Like, oh, you know, maybe it wasn't Lindsay. Maybe it wasn't my client, right? Why would he go up there and say that, you know, Lindsay said she did it. Lindsay said she killed the kids.
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
But with that being said, you know, if someone comes in here with an opinion that, you know, you don't like or you disagree with, you know, like just tell them you disagree with them. Tell them you think they're wrong and maybe give them reasons why. But if they start getting a little bit, you know, off the rockers, you can block them. And sometimes I'll remove them, you know, if they're a little too like, ugh. But I try to give people a chance, you know, because you never know. There's going to be so many other cases where we're going to disagree on other things. And I don't want to set a tone where it's like, oh, if you disagree with someone, you know, we're just going to call them like idiots or anything like that. I know it's tempting too. You know, I know it's tempting. But, you know, because we've covered other cases, again, so many other more cases where we're going to disagree on things, evidence, testimony, you know, which expert do we like the most? Like, for example, when I'm watching this trial, sometimes I like to do a reality check. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, I wonder what other people's thoughts are of what happened, for example, like on day 18, right? And the sentiment that I found from day 18, someone commented somewhere and they're like, it's almost as if we're watching a different trial. And there are people that thought day 18 went really well for the Commonwealth. There are people who thought day 18 went really well for Mr. Reddington. And it's just, I don't know, it's just how it is. It's just how it is. You know, people are just going to see things differently. And sometimes it's a good opportunity to see that, like, okay, well, what am I not seeing? What am I missing? Right. But I do know that, you know, sometimes when you hear things that you think are very conspiratorial, you tend to just be like, ugh. That's usually my gut reaction, but I try to be open. You know, I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck am I missing? You know, am I being too, you know, too opposing to this opinion? Should I be a little more open-minded? But I don't know. With the Patrick thing, it's just like, I think if there was something, I think Mr. Reddington would just be all over it. I don't see why not. Why would Mr. Reddington want his client to go down? If he can throw in some more doubt in the jury's mind, I feel like he would do it.
In terms of diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
No, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So.
Oh. Meg Spinelli. Meg Spinelli diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar. For some reason, Meg Spinelli did not testify. There was a reporter that apparently went to ask Mr. Reddington, I think on Friday, why Meg Spinelli didn't testify. Or I don't know if it was like an interview that he did afterwards, like maybe over the weekend or something. But apparently he said that it was a strategic move or something like that. I don't know. We don't know if it's because of the Facebook post that she was making. We don't know if Reddington was just like, yeah, I don't want her to testify. Okay, so Meg Spinelli was the one that diagnosed her with bipolar. And I think Dr. Resnick did too.
With all of the...
Sorry, Dr. Resnick. I don't know if Dr. Resnick said that, hey, I looked at her records and I think she has bipolar, or when Dr. Resnick did the 3-hour evaluation of her, that's when he diagnosed with bipolar.
Various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about...
What I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used. That would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So,
can you say that again, please?
We're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was, okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would be
my question is simple. Do you
episode.
recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
Yeah, Dr. Resnick, that was the expert who testified before him, diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 2 with severe depression. I'm basing that off of him saying that he met with Lindsay for 3 hours. Or I don't know if he's saying that that's what Dr. Spinelli diagnosed her with and he just affirms that. I don't know. He made it seem like he was one who diagnosed her with that too.
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame?
The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says.
Okay. So let's talk about
the 4 week period. The 4 week period in which that specifier may be added.
Okay. You recall saying
The
that
diagnostic.
you recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. You recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No. What did you say to the? Come on. What did you say to the jury last Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that a person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? You recall saying that?
Meet that specifier, yeah.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
What?
Sure.
So,
but that wouldn't be the specifier with postpartum onset.
Yeah, but you can't. Postpartum is not a disease, doctor. Postpartum.
Right, application that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
Okay, according to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
what is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6 week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay.
I guess, Ken Reddington asked, like, hey, you said that you've seen 10 women suffer from postpartum psychosis in your years of practice. Do you remember when the psychosis happened? He pulled up those cases, and then maybe he could say that, like, oh, yeah, this one happened, within 2 weeks, within 3 weeks, within 4 weeks. Oh, shit, maybe this one happened in 6 months. So Dr. Resnick did say that it's not usual, because typically I think he was going based off of like the 4 months time period. But he did say that, like, oh yeah, this is a different scenario where it did happen to Lindsay about, like 8 months after she gave birth.
You would agree, sir, that she is at Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes.
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Tewksbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa. I believe, clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I reviewed all of the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes,
Was that increased?
it was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
Well, I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you see? Okay. Did you see anything in the records?
Wanted to sleep.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline, and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me.
Yeah, I have the medications that Lindsay's taking, at least by the April 10th interview. We don't know if she's still on that medication. And I think this was in 2025. Zyprexa, it could be used to treat psychosis, prescribed for bipolar. Small dosage, though, 2.5 milligrams. Trazodone, Wellbutrin is an antidepressant. Klonopin to help with sleep, anxiety. Propranolol also helps with anxiety. That's what he testified to the other day. We don't know if she's on the medications now, though. This is back in, I think, like a year and almost a half ago.
That in that period.
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told.
You watch Lawyer Know from Friday. He and his dad think he'll be hung or not guilty by reason of insanity. I think it's a possibility for hung jury. Seeing how there's so many different opinions on this case, like, oh, I don't hung jury.
Told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep. That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written.
But someone testified saying that it has to be like the need for sleep. It seems like no, it was like mania is like you don't need sleep. Yeah, you don't need sleep. But then they were saying that like, oh no, that Lindsay did have a need for sleep. Like she was trying to sleep. Whose testimony was that he was questioning that about? I think it was with Dr. or nurse practitioner Gelada.
Written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know.
And in the medical.
Sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know.
And in the medical.
Trying very hard. I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody will be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you familiar with postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis, and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Well, the MC.
Oh, is that how you spell Park Deets? I spelled, okay, thank you, Allison. I was spelling it DETS because I was too lazy to look it up. Thank you. That makes more sense.
PAP that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression? Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, no, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which, according to you, has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize, in this country, the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
So,
All right, sustained. Next question.
So you're familiar, sir, you're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
no.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LASCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay.
23.
So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
Wouldn't off the chart mean it's not on the numbers that's you can choose from? Would have been like, if it's out of 30, it'd be like, oh, 40 out of 30. It's off the charts.
No, sustained. I mean, overruled. Me ask. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some
Right.
way.
Just like you think that, you know, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
You remember Friday you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
Episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for a tear. There are several different degrees.
No, wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold
one
on.
can have.
Excuse me, sir. Friday you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right, why don't you
The last.
just hold on? Well, you can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday?
Reread the civil complaint. I don't know if it was Lindsay's though. Did we read the civil complaint together? I thought we did. Or do we read the arrest warrant application? Actually, you know what? Did we not read the civil complaint together? I read something with you guys on I think it was like day 1 or 2 because they were having so many breaks and I was like, okay, let's just read some stuff together.
Friday that
I
PCI
read it on my own, though, for sure. I just don't remember if I read it with you guys.
is a tear. Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody?
After a tear.
I don't remember that either. I wonder if I just thought it wasn't important, so I didn't jot it down. I don't remember that.
Did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me, at least, that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So-
Yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition, which
Right.
is not the way that
All right.
it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not
The transcripts are off. Let's see. How old was Dawson at the time of the incident? As we say, I think he was around 4. Did she have any issues with his delivery? Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period? I mean the delivery. If I recall, I think she had a tear, which is called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about. Sure. And did she have medication prescribed to her during, to her after dancing? Oh, that's probably wrong. Do you mean psychiatric medication? Sure. At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period. Let me see. Episiotomy? I don't know what this is. Episiotomy is a surgical cut made in the perineum tissue between the opening of your vagina and the anus during childbirth to enlarge the opening. Why are we talking about this? I think she had a tear. Oh, because maybe it made it seem like it happened to her naturally versus a doctor cutting it. Sorry, guys. That's you guys are like, yikes. I'm like, me too. Okay. All right.
Condition, which
Right.
is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
How is it relevant to discredit him? I think he probably saw it on the internet somewhere.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things, and they, what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other day.
Right, but it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When
Okay.
you have depression and
How-
you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So
Can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's really easy.
depression.
Sir.
If it's
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a nice strategy that you can give to the witness. I can't answer as asked. Thanks, Judge. I don't think Mr. Reddington's happy about that. Don't be helping out the witness, he says.
So would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LIC
Oh, he's not happy about that. Basically, Mr. Reddington, and you know what? I think this is the Mr. Reddington that we got in the first few days. And I think we can get Mr. Reddington to be like this, like on top of it when he's got the energy. He's been doing this all by himself. He says he's a solo practitioner. And I think, if he had someone maybe to help him out, I feel like we can get this version of Mr. Reddington the entire time. Because I think he's doing a really good job. He's, being really aggressive and trying to make this witness look like he doesn't want to answer certain things. So right now, Mr. Reddington's got this line of questioning where he's going to go through all the different symptoms in Lindsay's history. And it's like, okay, well, these are signs of postpartum depression. But now, since the judge stepped in and was like, oh, you can say that I can't answer the question the way it's asked. Now that kind of screws up Mr. Reddington's line of questioning. I don't think Mr. Reddington is happy with that.
CSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she was...
But he has to use it conservatively, because if you keep saying that, then it's going to look like he's just being evasive. And that's not good, right? If you're an expert and you're being too evasive.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on, yes.
Sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding, yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what you're... Well, I can't answer the question that you asked.
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
Postpartum psychosis, you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier?
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number 1, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit...
Do you understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy. It's serious. But when we do elicit psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically...
Who's we? Who's we? We take it seriously.
No,
Who's we?
We psychiatrists. I as a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
That would be psychosis. I don't know exactly, based on your hypothetical, as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices, especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a concern.
How about actually in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across, in my evaluation, a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number 2, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that, in the context of some of the medications she was taking, that she felt that things weren't real. Yes.
Okay. So
Or that
my
she felt,
question, sir.
uncomfortable.
My question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing? Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular...
I'm asking you a
story?
simple question. Do you agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness, or the findings of psychosis in somebody's postpartum?
I'm asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here, that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context I'm giving it
question
is...
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course. And we
Okay,
understand
time out.
All right, let finish. Doctor, you know that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
You're telling me, sir, that you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized, where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA, so you...
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
Do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay, so
the issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so any time that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
You
sir.
would see it, and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not
All right,
utilize that.
I'm sorry. Doctor, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology, of labeling something, whether it is...
I was saying that, do you think Mr. Reddington can go back and say, in 30 words or less, what is the answer to my question? Because he did say that on Friday, and then we never heard it ever again. But essentially, Mr. Reddington is asking the doctor a question, and the doctor answers, and he goes on, right? But Mr. Reddington gets the answer that he wants, he cuts in front of him, and then he gets mad when the doctor continues talking. So it makes it seem like the doctor is interrupting Mr. Reddington, when in fact, Reddington interrupted him first. But I don't know. I wonder how the jury feels about this.
Postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So, symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
Question.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
You answered these questions several times now.
Really?
Overruled. You're going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
You said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record,
Okay.
other than...
Was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
She complained about intrusive thoughts,
Okay.
if that's what you're referring to.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring...
No, never mind what I'm referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
He should have pushed back on the hearing voices thing. He should have said no. He shouldn't have been like, well, if you're talking about the intrusional thoughts, like, you should not have brought that up. Because I think Zizelle was trying to say, like, oh, when Lindsay heard those, those intrusional thoughts, those are actually voices. And it's like, what? How the fuck do we just characterize it as hearing voices?
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any...
You can tell he's wrapping out because he just wants his doctor to answer yes to all the questions that he's asking. Like, okay, well, here's all the different symptoms of postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. And I'm just going to read through them. And you just say yes. And then, oh my God, look, it applies to Lindsay because Lindsay dealt with all these things.
any psychotic features throughout the medical record.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I think there's a difference between complaining about these symptoms as like the main core issues that she was suffering from, not like, oh yeah, you know, like the medication I took, it just made me feel distorted. I don't know. I just, from when we're going through the records, and maybe it's different when you see the actual records, but from all the testimonies that we heard about the records, it seems like her main concern was like the sleep. She had anxiety, you know, she had severe depression. And then, you know, once in a while, you know, it seems like you might have, you know, she complained about the distortion of the reality. It was like in one of the records. And then maybe in another record, she said that, you know, like the didn't need for sleep or something, like, oh, that could be mania right there. But I feel like we're just like really like cherry picking some parts of her records that could support, you know, psychosis or mania. But it just didn't feel like that was like the prevalent issues throughout all the records with all the different providers.
I did see that evidence, that component that you discussed with their physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but
Right. Like
I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
I agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right?
You don't really ask a lot of questions. You should just tell them, don't ask any questions. I wish there was a way for this judge to, you know, whenever he talks to either the attorneys or the witness, I wish his tone would just be more chill. It's always so aggressive. It's like, oh.
I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So
Okay,
that's the rules. That's how it works here.
But I think that's just how he talks. I don't think he's trying to be super aggressive. He just talks like that.
So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
No.
It would be, that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question.
Okay, you can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
So this is where, as an expert, you got to really do a balance. And because he's on video, he can't see how the jury is responding to this. This is why I think, I feel like testimonies, they gotta be in person. But because of the way Mr. Reddington is asking the questions, this expert knows exactly where Reddington is going with this, and he thinks that Mr. Reddington is kind of characterizing in a way that is beneficial for the defense. So you have to make that balance of, okay, do I just answer it the way Reddington is asking it, and then wait until the Commonwealth for their redirect to cure all these things that Reddington was asking, or do I push back as I go? I don't know. It's really hard to balance that, because you kind of have to look at the jury to see how they're receiving it, right? It's if it looks like, they don't trust me because it might seem like I'm being too evasive, maybe I should just answer the questions the way it is. But, if I don't like the way Reddington is asking the question and I want to push back because I know exactly what he's trying to do and he's trying to, put me in a gotcha moment later on, then, there is that pushback. But it's a hard thing to balance.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. How about the person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts, all asked about, or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that, based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her, that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No ruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9? I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
No ruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You see narcotics?
Well, drugs, like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure. Prescriptions. When a person...
There was a Commonwealth witness that already testified about this, and I remember Reddington going with this line of questioning, and I felt like it wasn't very strong. I was like, I don't know, you can look at your genes and see which medication or which enzymes you might have, I guess, and if medication was effective for you. But then I forgot what the Commonwealth witness said. Let me see if I can look it up.
Is prescribed prescriptions. It is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
It was a metabolism blood test. You can do a genetic testing to give information about metabolism. Information about a person's enzymes might have the genes for, and there's a specific test, Cytopro P450, that Reddington brought up. Test was done, but doesn't tell you what medications patients would do better on. and that witness doesn't find it helpful, and then sometimes the insurance covers it. Is that Tufts? Maybe Tufts testimony.
Possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns the person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood test to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. They never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Commonwealth redirect?
I'm gonna wonder what did this jury thought about Mr. Reddington's cross-examination. It was very strong, very aggressive. I think he had some really good tactics in the beginning. I think him, having this 3-day or 2-day weekend, getting some rest, really helps him. Which I think, maybe he should be open to having someone be his co-counsel, and maybe he just likes things done a certain way. All right, so what do you think? Do you think the jury's gonna think that's all smoke and mirrors, or do you think the jury's gonna be like, I wonder if this doctor was maybe not as qualified as I thought he was, or maybe he doesn't seem qualified at all, or is it possible that this doctor was being too evasive, or do they feel like that Reddington was just blowing all up and they still trust a doctor? Maybe Reddington was too aggressive. All right, Commonwealth, redirect.
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now,
You may be seated.
defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I'm not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I'm not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the district attorney's office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
Oh, it was April 2026. I said April 2025 earlier.
understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Tewksbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field, and Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Halbrin, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Halbrin ended up going to Tewksbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
What does that mean? They only have one opportunity to do the examination. The judge couldn't order Lindsay to do one for a psychologist and one for a psychiatrist?
Generally, no. As had been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Halbrin in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, well, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member from Tewksbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person.
Do you remember in Letitia Stout case when she was talking about hearing voices? She was talking about Edward Cullen, the vampires, and all that stuff. That was videotape, and they were able to show that in the trial. Wasn't that also an evaluation done by Psych? I don't think that was like a police interview, right? Like they did an evaluation. They were able to show the video. So I don't know. How come they can't show the video in this case?
Person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Halbrin offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
we made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
And she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
I see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, I was just asking about it. Yeah, play the damn video. Are they going to play the video? I don't know. Mr. Reddington wanted some video to come in, but I don't think it's a different video, though. No, was it this video? I think it was this video. Are you gonna see the video? Let's see. Oh, this is a long ass sidebar. Oh gosh. I think the answer is no.
Yes. Okay, no objection? No.
Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked.
The fuck? What the? They came back. Reddington says no objection. Is the video going to be played later on?
Asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report, and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing after that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
And then ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, right?
If I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was...
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
My understanding is that that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specified.
Okay, I mean, that didn't sound that bad, honestly. So his opinion would have been on, his knowledge on the nationwide aspects of it, and they wanted someone that was very specific to the demographics of Florida. Okay.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM...
But Reddington did say that it was stricken. It made it seem like he did give opinion. I don't know. No, actually, no. Now when I go back, it went to appeals and then it was stricken. I mean, it happened 15 years ago. So he testified and gave like nationwide numbers, I guess. And it ended up being stricken. I guess good for both sides.
allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset, or atypical features, or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar-related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there's a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the four-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including...
Oh my gosh, you're right. Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Was it confirmed that it was her son smoking in the hallway staircase? I think it was, right? I don't remember who confirmed it, but I remember hearing about that. Yeah, that was kind of a shit show too. Dr. Dorothy Lewis, she was a psychologist for Letitia Stout. Was it her interview with Letitia that was shown? Or was it because I think Dr. Dorothy Lewis was hired by the defense, right?
Manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar.
All right, sorry, I was distracted by the chat with Dr. Lewis.
A way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset or atypical features or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar-related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there's a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the four-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct?
Right. As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier. Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's in there.
Yes, have that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis. And
so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9 in order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
Sorry, concentration.
So a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No overrule.
Leading?
Correct.
No overrule. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No overrule.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I imagine your office was aware, but I don't know if you had control.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right. Next. Anything further? Anything further, Kamala? All right. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was it the court then?
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break.
Was it the court that said that he only had one? They only had one chance to evaluate her? Curious about that too. All right. They go on a long break. Let's come back. Lindsay's parents are there.
Mr. President, including the defendant.
See the gallery. Dr. Halburn, I'm assuming.
I do. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
Oh, that's why it's like hard to figure out how it's pronounced.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run 2 clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the Reentry Project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received.
What would have happened if they treated Lindsay's symptoms as bipolar and wasn't? I believe the effects would have been as terrible as well. Like, if they gave her medication that would have treated her bipolar, but then she ended up not having bipolar, from what we've heard so far with doctor or nurse practitioner Gelada, she was giving Seroquel that if she were to increase the dosages, it could have treated for bipolar, but she never reached that therapeutic dose, which was, I think, 400 milligrams. I think Lindsay was at like 200, or that's what Lindsay reported, 200, the highest. And then with the medication that she was getting in the beginning of April this year, they're like all low dosages. So I don't know. So you're saying that if Lindsay had bipolar and then she was given the higher dosages of medication, could that have been detrimental to her? I have no idea.
A doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin.
But from what we heard so far, it seems like the medication that she was receiving, if it was able to treat for bipolar, they were all low dosages because they were used for sleep and anxiety.
1980, and I, as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then also as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I'm licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called Psych, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys. And I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times with adults and juveniles. The issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we are try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asked us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience.
That's what it's called, retention bias.
When we want to or inclined to favor the side that asked us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence. But I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years, and I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CD as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
All right. Very impressive resume. All right, Dr. Halbern.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense.
So he's the expert that did the MMPI, and then he found that Lindsay wasn't exaggerating certain symptoms, I think, and he didn't find her to not be truthful, to not we found her to be truthful-ish. When I say ish, I mean because the way that the test is done, it's not just focusing on whether or not someone's lying, but there is this portion of it that Mr. Reddington kept brought up, the K-Pax or something. Whether or not there's like malingering, I guess.
To conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026, and at that time spent 3 days with her along with Dr. Ava Mack. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone. Variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we were going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So, no.
This expert gave such a great answer. Why couldn't the expert give the same answer? Did they ask the other expert why the joint interview happened? Did she ask? Let's see. You paid for the time. Oh, he did say that only had one opportunity for the examination, so better to have them overlap. And they made it clear that she could take a break anytime. This answer is so much better because it actually goes into all the details. Like, oh, we didn't want to have to ask her questions twice. Day 1 was based on background and history, you know, so that's fine. Day 2 was when he did his own MMPI assessment of Lindsay, so that's why that's private and that's not on video. And then on day 3, you know, it was just like how she was feeling leading up to the day that she killed her kids. It's like, oh, okay, this answer is so much better.
We wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Well, Reddington did, but I'm saying that, like, how come? I just felt like this answer is just way better than the other expert's answer. That's all. Like, it's like, oh, okay, that's understandable.
Now, if we could have a PowerPoint. In terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
Oh, thank you. We have a slide presentation. Oh my gosh. We barely see the projector in this case. I'm so happy whenever we see some, you know, some digital stuff here.
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety.
Oh, never mind. Let me just take a quick picture of it. All right, major findings. What do we have? 1, 2, 3.
Mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school, and she got straight A's, basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school, doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable, and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving, and I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school, but it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure, and that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And
so he says in nursing school, the treatment was 6 months. I heard somewhere else that it was in this trial. They said 1 year that she was taking the medication. I don't know. I feel like we're getting different answers with the nursing school thing. And then going back to Lindsay having the anxiety with dropping you off at school, returning to work, leaving with a babysitter, going out with friends. She didn't like to leave them. I was wondering why. I think initially it made it seem like Lindsay had no friends. And I was like, oh, that's really sad. Like she moved to, Duxbury. I guess she didn't make any friends there. And she was just really isolated. But then we heard testimonies from people that were like her friends, but it just didn't really seem like Lindsay spent a lot of time with them during that time period. Because, I was like, maybe it would help to have some friends that you can hang out with, get your mind off of things. It seems like Lindsay would see them, here and there, maybe like mostly through text. But I really was wondering about that. But it would make sense if Lindsay did not want to hang out with her friends because she just didn't want to leave her children alone, either with a sitter or with family members.
There are 10 of them, and if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So
I think it's possible to look at Lindsay having, a great childhood and no, signs of, abuse, trauma in her past. I think it'd be that, oh, this is why, she doesn't have these mental illnesses, right? There's no like significant trauma that could have, led to it. But then 2, I think it also can be used to show that, well, Lindsay had no trauma, no abuse. Why would she want to kill her kids? She seems like a normal, ordinary person, right? I think it can go either way.
It was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were 2 reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those, and from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick, and I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia and felt a lot of stress and so on. And so,
was she staying up all night trying to get baby Callan to take the bottle, and that would also contribute to her insomnia? It's SVL. Female narcissists tend to go into nursing because it's a constant source of thanks and praise. I think you can also make an argument that people who go into nursing also are like selfless people who want to help the world. I don't know. I feel like it can go either way, but very interesting observation. When I went back to work, my daughter would not take the bottle. It was so scary for her, or for me. Her dad ended up staying outside of my job so I could nurse for like a month until she would finally take it.
in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, racing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines.
Is this based off her records or what she told him at the evaluation?
Disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body.
Or a little bit of both.
So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
Oh, there's more to the PowerPoint that we haven't seen yet.
I don't know if he finished his answer.
Let's just come in focus.
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2,
Okay.
but I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Jorge, do you think the CW is going back down the controlling path? No, that seems to be the path that they are taking. That's what I think. I'm going to go back to Dr. Resnick, where Dr. Resnick said Lindsay killed the kids. And he said it's because, she was having psychosis. But the reasoning, or I shouldn't use the word reasoning because we're in psychosis, the thought process, I guess, behind it was that Lindsay felt like she was the only one that can take care of the kids. The kids shouldn't be on the world anymore, on Earth. If Lindsay wasn't there, there was something else that he said. But I think they're still going to tie it back to Lindsay being like a high achiever, over controlling person, overly anxious person. And that's why she killed the kids, because she felt like she was the only one that can take care of them the way that, she wanted them to be taken care of. So I think they are going to still continue on with the controlling path. I thought they were going to back off of it, maybe like, I don't know, because initially when they brought it up in opening, and when we heard testimony, from like some tidbits of her journal here and there, I'm like, I don't know, man. Like maybe they will just back down. Maybe they feel like they've overextended themselves. But then we heard Dr. Resnick's testimony, and I was like, oh, okay. It's just starting to make sense why the Commonwealth said what they said in the opening.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December,
Yeah, it was part of the altruistic filicide. Okay, there's apparently a slideshow presentation that we ain't seeing right now, but maybe we'll see it later on.
Me too.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And I think it's really good for the Commonwealth to circle back on this, because when Dr. Zeisel was testifying in the stand, they started going through Lindsay's records and made it seem like these intrusive thoughts could have been a voice that Lindsay was hearing telling her to unalive herself. And I was like, huh? But I don't know if I know that came out in cross-examination. I don't remember if that came out in direct examination too. But in cross-examination, Dr. Zizou mentioned that, and I was like really confused. Like, oh, are we going down that path? So I think that's a really good distinction that he's making right there.
And Doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th.
Okay, so this is not just him going through the records and recapping. This is him sitting down with Lindsay, whether this was through the television or in person. I don't know which day we're on, maybe the day one, where he's just getting her perspective on things. Okay, because I wasn't sure. I was like, oh, is he just going through her records? This is her interview.
And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds. Not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women.
I mean, I think what really helps Lindsay, though, in the trial, it seems like she's giving consistent answers to everyone, to Tufts, to Gelada, to Julie Paul, to what she was telling people at McLean. Like, the timelines are all consistent. Typically, you know, when someone's like lying, you'll see like kind of like weird answers here and there popping all over. With this one, again, you know, she had the opportunity to say, yeah, you know, I heard voices, but she described them as, these are my thoughts. They were unwelcome. So I think that really helps in her favor. I wonder if the jury's going to look at her and say that, oh, I don't think she's lying. Why would she lie? It seems like she's being really truthful about things like many years after the fact. Like, she could just be like, oh, you know what? I really thought about it, and they were intrusive voices, right? So that is what I do notice about these evaluations with Lindsay, that they seem to be pretty consistent off, you know, across different providers. There was also something else that Lindsay said that I felt like would have helped her. Oh, she said that she never suffered a head injury after the incident. And I feel like that could have been her way to say that she could have taken that opportunity to say, yeah, I did suffer a head injury. I fell on my head. Right. By that time, she had already had the defense. I don't know when Dr. La Posada came on the case, but there were times like that where she would say something where I'm like, oh, she could have just lied there, or she could have just exaggerated. Huh. She just never took that opportunity to. All right.
And infants in Rhode Island. And they had a day program for postpartum.
Okay, except now she's calling them auditory hallucination. I think that's what her defense is saying, because she could have told this doctor that and she didn't. Her defense is saying that. Or, sorry, when I say defense, I don't know if Reddington explicitly said that, but Dr. Zizou said that in cross-examination. So sorry, let me be fair and clarify that portion. Because I don't know if I have to go back. I don't remember if Reddington was pushing for that argument. She's saying that she had homicidal thoughts that she didn't report. From everyone that evaluated her, did she? I guess she did tell this doctor that she had thoughts of harming the children. So, I mean, that part right there, Patrick said it, his mother-in-law said it. I'm 50-50 on it. I'm like, I think she could have said it. I think maybe she just didn't say it, but thinks that she said it. But I do see the reasoning behind her not wanting to tell the providers that. I'm like 50-50 on that one. I really don't think she's lying about her experience with depression, but I do think that she had control over what she did that day. Says calm. She'd have no reason to lie at these points if she hadn't decided to kill her children at that point. Oh no, this is after the fact. So this is him evaluating her the beginning of this year. Because I feel like she could have been like, yeah, I jumped out the window and I had a head injury. You know, they didn't see it, but man, boy, was my head like hurting a lot. I felt like I had this bruise back there. And then in terms of, you know, her saying that she didn't hear voices December 15th, she heard, it was her own thoughts and they were unwelcome. Anyways, let me use the restroom really quick. Oh my gosh. 1 second. Okay. Man, great testimony so far. So much information. I've had no time to put my makeup on. Alrighty, let's get back to it.
Individuals having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
Doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
Yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in women and infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
So if I could ask you a follow-up question now before
Yes.
we go on to McLean
Yes.
about women and infants. Were you able to review the women and infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the women and infants records on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by women and infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes. She was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023. And what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for...
I wonder why Patrick was not included in that, in the protective factors. So mom, children, why not your husband though?
5 days.
Also, I do remember hearing that before, that while she was hospitalized, she felt more anxiety being at the hospital than she was than being at home. And
she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses producing the insomnia and other things was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and
I thought she did have a cognitive behavioral therapist to help her work through. What is he working on? I'm so sorry. I think she did have a cognitive behavioral therapist. Wasn't Dr. McAllister or Letitia Dukes helping with that?
And it really did. It was something that she bring the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of...
Yeah, Letitia Dukes, the counselor, testified. She's from South Shore. She said that the types of therapy offered, there's CBT, there's dialectical, EMDR, and then there's like short-term support for people until they transfer to a higher level of care. I thought Letitia Dukes did offer cognitive behavioral therapy. And then Letitia sent information about cognitive behavioral therapy in the My Chart message. Did she offer that therapy and then Lindsay just didn't take it up? There's also, who is this? Gelada also mentioned December 13, in-person visit. There's like psychotherapy education, behavior activation, cognitive behavioral therapy, and postpartum.net. I think I just made the assumption that Lindsay was participating in cognitive behavioral therapy. Lindsay messaged Dr. Gelada back, or sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada back, December 21. Woman is an infant, recommended general mental health, partial hospitalization program, and then a cognitive behavioral therapist in Duxbury. And then there is one time when I think nurse practitioner Gelada thought about having Lindsay do dialectical behavioral therapy because it's different than cognitive behavioral therapy. Dialectical is like a skill-based treatment. Did she never do CBT then?
Of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating manuals. Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her third child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was she was into exercise. And she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works. It does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a
Okay, so he also diagnoses her with bipolar 2 disorder. 8, this is a criminal responsibility evaluation, so both mental state and legal standard are relevant. 9, psychological testing results. 10, important to appraise motivation for something children.
less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder. You have to have identifiable mood swings, and one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression, and that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time in depressed symptoms and sadness and
I think it helps that this expert had a different diagnosis than Dr. Mack, because remember, the assumption that, or what Mr. Reddington was trying to allude to, was that these two doctors evaluated Lindsay together. They both influenced each other in their evaluation, and they were both working against Lindsay, because they knew which side they were working for. However, Dr. Mack found that Lindsay suffered from major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder, and then he diagnoses her with something different, which is bipolar disorder 2. So I think that goes back and really helps these experts, like, oh, okay, they weren't in there to make the same diagnosis. They both have different opinions. They both did the questions at the same time, but they have different, findings.
not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much. One of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it, after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the record.
That's what I was wondering too. Okay, because that wasn't clear. Because we're like, okay, it seems like Resnick diagnosed her bipolar 2. Dr. Spinelli, who hasn't testified, diagnosed her with bipolar 2, as was brought up by Reddington today. However, at Tewksbury, she's taking some medications. Did they also diagnose her with bipolar 2? We finally get the answer. Thank you. Oh my gosh, why didn't this come out sooner?
more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with a diagnosis.
What medication was that? She took something to help stabilize her mood, and that helped her immediately. So what was she like before? What was she like afterwards?
Is making a diagnosis of bipolar II disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar II and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage.
And then also, you know, did she have a clear manic episode after January 2023 when she wasn't on some of the meds for a while, right?
With her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, whether she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, you know, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags, and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
Okay. And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period?
Yeah, I feel like the defense did not have to push about the garage cleaning thing, because I think they lost on that argument. I think they should have just, instead of really reaching for the stars here, maybe they should have just went with a milder defense in terms of, yeah, bipolar too. You know, the manic episodes aren't that bad. You know, they're not really severe. And it's because she was mostly in the state of depression. Because there was that one expert that said that, you know, bipolar 2, you're spending most of your time in the depression episode, not necessarily in the manic episode. And I feel like the defense could have been like, yeah, you know, she didn't really have a lot of manic episodes because she was mostly depressed. Are you eating? Hold on, my dog is eating something.
Period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether...
And the defense should be like, oh, so you said that, you know, it could possibly be manic episodes, but what were the ones that you thought that maybe could have been possible hypomanic episodes?
She always had this disorder, or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it
And I was wondering that as well.
be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are
Okay, so bipolar 2. I mean, honestly, I think the defense could also take parts of his testimony right here and use it to their advantage.
relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3 parts. There really are 3 parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case Ms. Clancy's, capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And to determine, is that something that those 3 elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
I do wonder if she continued treatment with Gelada, if it could have gotten better, because Gelada seemed to have been on the path to treat her bipolar disorder. I also wondered if Lindsay hit the 400 milligrams of Seroquel and then maybe up the dose even more, if that could have also helped treat her bipolar disorder. I know she said that she wasn't doing well with the Seroquel, and she was at lower dosages, but I wonder if she hit that, higher dose, could she have improved immensely? Or were her reactions at the lower dosages so severe that, going at a higher dose would not have helped her? I do wonder that, because after she was discharged from McLean, when she tapered off the Seroquel, which Gelada was trying to use to treat for her anxiety and sleeping, and then, eventually the bipolar disorder that she thought Lindsay could have had, Lindsay went back to Dr. Tufts. Lindsay did not go back to nurse practitioner Gelada. And Dr. Tufts did not believe that Lindsay had bipolar because she just said that she did not see any signs of mania. I mean, I think till this very day, Lindsay still thinks that she doesn't have bipolar. She said that in an interview in the beginning of this year to the other doctor, Dr. Mack.
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucination.
I think he said that she had a tendency to minimize and deny things.
or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also a review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing, reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
I'm going to have you pause there for just for a moment.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time
It's
to
a good
break.
time to break. All right, why don't we do that? Thank you. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point.
so good.
You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break.
I like this witness. I think he's been excellent so far. Now, but we are in direct examination. You never know how someone holds up in cross-examination.
We'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all right. All right, please. Good. Close the notebooks, page 22. This one here.
All right, Doc, give me a step down. All right, anything we need to address before 2 o'clock? All right, so we'll be...
Okay, so I thought Dr. Mack, who testified last Friday, I thought he did really well in direct examination. There were times when he wasn't leaning too hard on certain answers, and he was, giving nuanced answers that I think could also help Lindsay as well. So I was like, okay, that's a really good sign. Like, I like experts that are like that, because when they're testifying, they shouldn't feel like someone that's trying to convince you, of what the defense is pushing and then not giving any nuance to their answers, right? Or they're just like, I don't know, it seems like they're biased, right? So I thought Dr. Mack started off pretty good. Then we got into cross-examination, and there are some parts where I was like, oh, okay, things are a little bit dicey here. But then Reddington did lose me when we were really getting to the DSM part. And I was like, oh, okay, like, I don't know what's happening here. I feel like the expert knows about the DSM pretty well. And then he was trying to point out parts of the DSM where Reddington was like, see, that's not in there. And he's like, oh, it is in there. So I was like, okay, I think we're just losing it a little bit, right, with Mr. Reddington. I think after the weekend, Mr. Reddington got some feedback from whether it's his team, whether it's from, the public, whether it's from maybe his family members. I don't know. He got some feedback. He came back. He was fired, ready to go. And here's the thing. When you're an expert on the stand, I do understand that you don't want to put yourself in a gotcha moment. So you're going to be a little hesitant about how you answer some questions. And then when you're a little too hesitant and when you're a little too, apprehensive, there are some simple yes or no questions that you tend to not want to answer because you're afraid of where that's going to lead you to. So it's really hard to balance of whether or not you want to combat the defense attorney, which I typically think it's not a good idea because defense attorneys, they've been doing this for a very long time. This is their job. This is what they do. The cross-examination, right? They try to discount their expert witness, the opposing expert witness. They try to make them look bad or look evasive. And it's usually kind of like, sometimes it works in their favor. They can make the defense attorney look really stupid. And sometimes it doesn't work in their favor because the jury might think that, oh, this expert looks too evasive. Like, I don't know if I trust this person. So on the second day when Dr. Mack came back, I was like, ooh, I think it could look really dicey for the jury. Now we're in this witness who also did the evaluation with Dr. Mack, and Reddington did give Dr. Mack shit for doing the evaluation together, make it seem like, oh, like they were both teaming up against Lindsay, that they're both going to form the same opinion. And, they drove there together or something like that. However, when Dr. Halburn, which I know I'm pronouncing it wrong because I think there's a German way to say it, which I can't do it right now. But Dr. Halburn, he was like, oh, I came up with a different diagnosis. I diagnosed with bipolar 2. So I was like, oh, okay, that really helps the Commonwealth here with their experts, right? And then also, I don't know how he's going to do in cross examination, but so far, I think in direct examination, he's doing great. You know, he's doing excellent. We're getting more information about the MMPI. Reddington has already previewed what this doctor found when he evaluated Lindsay using the MMPI scale. But yeah, I think so far, good testimony. Lots of information. I had no time to do my makeup today because I was just listening and I was taking all these notes. We'll come back after the lunchtime. We're going to continue the direct examination of Dr. Helburn, who diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 2. And it seems like he was very, very careful about evaluating whether or not Lindsay was exhibiting signs of mania, and that he also deferred to what Tewksbury, who's been, you know, had Lindsay in their care for about 3.5 years, and deferring to them, saying like, okay, you know, they said it's bipolar 2, and I'm like kind of leaning towards there because, you know, maybe I didn't see severe signs of manic, but maybe there were symptoms of hypomania here and there, although he didn't delve into which ones. And I know the Commonwealth does not want to do that. However, I hope Reddington does. I hope Reddington gets into, okay, like, you know, like you said that there could have been, you know, hypomania. Can you tell me which scenarios that applies to Lindsay? All right, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. I am looking forward to hearing more from this doctor. All right, guys. I will see you guys after the lunch break. We'll be back in about, I'd say probably 45 minutes. They usually come back a little bit late. But so far, yeah, some really good testimony. We'll just have to see in cross-examination. Reddington can be tough to deal with. But again, you know, it's a matter of, should you push back with the defense attorney, or you take your losses and you just hope the Commonwealth can, you know, cure it by letting you expand more on some of the answers that you were cut off at. So we'll see. But you know what? I think in this case, in this trial, it works in favor of Reddington because Reddington is kind of allowed to just do his thing. There are times when we watch trials where the judge will not let a defense attorney interrupt the witness, or, you know, they will be a little bit more helpful towards the witness in terms of letting them answer and, you know, give more information on the answer. I know sometimes it's a yes or no question, and sometimes the judge will be like, okay, it's just a yes or no question. That's it. But I think this is more of aggressive courtroom style. Alrighty, guys. I will see you guys in about 45 minutes. All right, get up. Enjoy your lunch break, or, you know, your hobby, or whatever it is that you're doing over there. If you're knitting, you're sewing. And I'll see you guys. Let me make sure I remember to record. All right. Record. Oh, Corgi is on the court. Until 2 p.m. EST. People call it 2:20. I feel like they're always like super late. If they come back a little bit earlier than 2:15, think about starting earlier. Da. You just came back from your walk? Welcome back, Dana. Welcome back. Is the defense crumbling? Well, you know, I think because of how it went down in the cross-examination of Dr. Mack, I think people can either see it as Reddington did a really good job at showing that this expert is evasive in asking his questions, or they might think it's all smoke and mirrors and Reddington was purposely being disingenuous towards the witness and was only trying to elicit certain little answers that helps the defense. But the answers were not in its truest, wholest form. So I think I could see it going either way, and I could see, yeah, I could see either way for that. All right. Did I pin it? Pin the message. Oh, it's pinned. Okay, I'll see you guys. We'll be back. We will be back. Also, yeah, my room is not green anymore. Hooray. Okay, guys. Hello, hello. How's the lunch break? So during the lunch break, I actually I went back and listened to Dr. Mack's cross-examination. Let me get my iPad real quick. So, like I was saying, I was going back to Dr. Mack's cross-examination, and there were some things that I did miss. Apparently, Dr. Mack didn't know that Tewksbury had diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 2. He thought it was adjustment disorder. And it was, so Dr. Resnick diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 2. That's the doctor that we heard on Friday. Dr. Spinelli diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 1. And Dr. Halburn, so Halburn said that Lindsay was diagnosed with, he diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 1, but he was hesitant initially because he didn't think that there was any clear signs of mania or clear signs of hypomania. So he ended up deferring to Tewksbury that diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 2. And the reason being is because she's been there for 3.5 years, so they've had more time to observe her. So I guess, I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, maybe it can go either way, that independently, Dr. Halburn and maybe even independently, Dr. Mack did not find that she had bipolar. And then Dr. Halburn, it seems like he was on the fence, but he was going more towards not diagnosing with bipolar. It wasn't until he just kind of relied on his diagnosis, relied on Tewksbury. So I don't know if it helps him or if it doesn't help the Commonwealth. I think it can go either way. But like I said, I went back to watch the testimony or the cross-examination of Dr. Mack, and I think it actually went a lot worse than what I initially thought. So I wanted to point some of those out. All right, but let's get back. So they're back. Can we try Spinelli's? Spinelli's not going to testify, so Spinelli's not going to testify. I mean, it seems like people were thinking it could be bipolar 2, but no one thought it was bipolar 1. No one that's testified so far, because there's no evident signs of manic episodes. You know what? That's probably why the defense was pushing on the garage being a sign of the manic episode, the exercise, the multi-level media stuff, or multi-level marketing. Probably because they were deferring to Dr. Spinelli. But if they weren't going to use Dr. Spinelli's testimony, then I think they shouldn't have pushed it for bipolar 1. They should have just been more conservative, be like, you know what? Bipolar 2 it is. Okie dokie. Hey, Mama Bear, how are you doing today? How's it going? Spinelli, he's not here. All right. So yeah, that's my impressions on listening back to Dr. Mack's testimony and cross-examination. Alrighty, where are we?
We return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe.
Oh, also something that I miss in Dr. Mack's cross-examination. Reddington does bring up a good point. He says that, if you were charged with killing 3 children, wouldn't you want to exaggerate your symptoms when you're doing the MMPI, or just in general? Exaggerate how bad it was, that you're hearing voices? Because this doctor is the one that did the MMPI, and he's about to get to it right now. But that is a very interesting thing that Mr. Reddington brings up with Dr. Mack. Everything else? Okay, if anything else pops in my mind, I'll let you guys know. Ugh.
Much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January.
Wait, sorry, I forgot my water. Let me grab my water bottle. I don't think Lindsay was saying that. I think it was Reddington who was saying that, her defense team. I think Lindsay because Lindsay told this doctor that these were her own thoughts, the intrusive thoughts. They were unwanted, but they were her own thoughts. Reddington was saying, and I don't know, Reddington, through maybe Ish Zizel, they were saying that, is it a possibility that these were voices? But again, that came out in cross-examination. I don't know if Mr. Reddington was adopting that, because I don't remember if he had the witness mention that in direct examination. All right, let's start over.
That you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And
it's good that he brings that up, because we're wondering the same thing, because so much time has passed, how accurate are these assessments?
On the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury.
And the defense brought that up too. And I was like, okay, well, is it because they just want to be careful around Lindsay? Her trial is coming up. The trial is happening right now. Maybe they just want to make sure that, they're taking precautions. Or is there something going on at Tewksbury that they've seen in Lindsay that indicates to them that she needs to be on a 1-on-1 watch, right? Is it a mix of both? Or is it just one or the other?
This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is. The Adverse Childhood Experience Questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events. And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the one-to-one supervision for 3.5 years.
Who testified? Someone testified. It was when they were getting to the Tewksbury records. And Reddington wanted to make a point that Lindsay wasn't just having the time of her life at Tewksbury, propelling her wheelchair, eating meals, and being picky about food, but that she had been on watch for one-on-one suicide precaution. And again, Reddington was trying to push back, like, you know, she is still to this very day, still suffering.
The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under two circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how were you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving some.
That actually happens to me all the time when you're cooking and you're like, wait, where am I? Did I already do this? Hold on, I'm confused.
Somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Lahani-Slade hallucination scale. And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on.
So these are the things that Lindsay's reporting, and it's different than what the defense was trying to allude to, which I don't think it's a good look for them. They have Resnick's, they have Dr. Helburn's report. What's going on there?
In the past, I've tried, and so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 2024. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is.
So again, yeah, that helps Reddington. Reddington says that she could have exaggerated and she could have lied about this, but she did not. She stayed honest, depending on whether or not you believe she heard the voice or not, right? But it really does confuse me when we did hear that when I don't know, maybe, I don't know, when Dr. Zizet was talking about the voices and the intrusive thoughts and kind of like using it interchangeably, like they were the same thing. And I was like, huh?
Is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approach it.
And I think a lot of people felt that way. They're like, she's got a great family. She's got a husband who works from home, seems supportive. She's got family to help her. She's got a great job. You know, she was not abusing her kids. She was not hitting them or anything like that, because that's what we're looking for. Like, is this an abusive parent? Is this a person that killed her kids out of anger, out of hatred? Like, what happened here?
The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure.
That we can't see.
And in evaluating the why, did you come up with 2 possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes.
Let me take a screen grab before they don't show it anymore. 11, some evidence for 2 possible explanations. 1, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. 2, serious suicide attempt and wanted children with her so they wouldn't be separated, wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. 12, most of the evidence supports second one.
There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military, the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, Doctor, if we could go to the next.
If this expert is going to talk about possible evidence that could support what the defense is pushing at, that could also help the jury or the defense.
Next slide, and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way.
I need to go back.
I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained.
Evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, gave that explanation to me and Dr. Spinelli, Resnick. Other possible symptoms, thinking others might know her thoughts, thinking police might take her children, could explain acts that seem so out of, and it gets cut off. Sorry, I'm just saving this too. Gotta save these slides, y'all. You don't really get many slides in this trial.
Next slide, and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records I saw people saying, "Oh, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me," and I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And Doctor, is it?
Well, she has
I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Were you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so,
All right, guys, no name calling, okay? Behave over there. Interesting. I thought he was going to say that, well, Lindsay is a labor and delivery nurse, so she should know that if she had thoughts of harming the children, that she's required, or she should, report herself. I thought that's where he was going. But he was saying that she's a labor delivery nurse, so she would know that if she said something to a psychiatrist, that they would have to report it. And maybe that's why Lindsay did not want to. Well, he didn't say this, but that's what I'm saying. That maybe, the defense will say that that's why Lindsay didn't want to report it. See? She didn't want the cops called on her.
you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom.
So the Commonwealth wants to fight and say that, see, it's like not a false belief. Lindsay wasn't having paranoid beliefs about her children taken away. That is a possibility. But then it also helps Lindsay because that could have been why she didn't tell her providers. And she only told Patrick and her mom because she knew that Patrick and her mom wasn't going to report it to the authorities.
Is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experienced this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum, and so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Cal and her youngest child, And most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, and only that, for about 18 minutes or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
So, Doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection. Yeah, overruled. Okay.
It's funny because I want to hear him. I don't want to hear her. I want to hear him. Can we just let him talk and just have her not ask any questions? Okay, I do want to go back to that because he said there was a psychiatric attending at the hospital that Lindsay said something else to. Who was this psychiatric person? At the hospital after she killed her kids, where she was getting treated for her injuries?
In the hospital after this happened and was talking to a...
I have to go back. Oh my gosh, hold on.
You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version...
If there's a guilt conviction, will this end the civil suits? No, that's like separate from my understanding of it. This is your last chance. Kill your kids and yourself. She kept repeating that for 18 minutes. And then there's a psychiatric attending at the hospital after this happened. Ooh, we have not heard about this person at all. Because Reddington wants it to come in that she told the chaplain. And oh, is he talking about Zeisel? Oh, is he talking about Dr. Zeisel? No, he said a psychiatric attending. It would have been someone that works at the hospital, I think. We have not heard about this person at the hospital who Lindsay told that she heard a voice.
Version is accurate. Is it the first? It's important. The children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
So, Doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be further consideration of the
Is that Patrick? Who's the third person?
inconsistencies?
Objection.
Yeah, overruled. Okay.
Overruled.
The more inconsistency there is,
Can we have a basis for that, at least?
The
It's
test,
asked as a hypothetical?
hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
Why are we entertaining it?
you might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said, and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation, it's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Why don't you just ask it as the hypothetical? Assuming this and go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations.
Okay,
However,
that's good for Lindsay.
Command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say unusual things are wrong and strange things are wrong and many things are wrong and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence?
That's what I was wondering too, because he found that she would underreport her symptoms. And remember, I told you guys that it seems like everything she reported to her provider seemed very consistent. And she didn't say that she had a head injury. She didn't say that, she heard voices before or afterwards. However, she is going to stick to one thing, and that's hearing the voice that day. So it's like, okay, was she very clever in being truthful about everything else so that she can get away with the one thing that she's lying about? Or is she just being truthful?
Against acute psychosis?
Yeah.
Because, there's a world where there's good liars and there's a world where there's really bad liars.
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might...
All right, let me go back really quick.
The next bullet is her, that rather than with unwelcome thoughts, if that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought.
Got it.
The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th. And the house was quiet. And he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer. Went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said his first question was, "What did you do?"
Oh, interesting.
And her response was, "I tried to kill myself." Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, "I did what I had to do," or "I did what the voice said," or something like that. But no, she said, "I tried to kill myself." And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination and what it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, "I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action." One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
What?
And if we could go to the next slide, I think.
The defense's expert, Dr. Resnick? Wait, what? Am I misunderstanding that?
Memory of the command auditory hallucination and what it said.
I'm going back.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, "I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action." One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but
After the fact? Or during, well, what's happening? Because Dr. Resnick is a defense expert.
not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
Okay. And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love. Not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It
by
was
what?
preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean. But she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for.
If you're the jury and you didn't have, if you're the jury, you can't watch the replays, you can't talk about this in anyone, would you be confused about the back and forth between superficial lacerations and not, and then having experts say that, yeah, it was a serious suicide? It's like, oh, okay, why was the Commonwealth, why are we talking about superficial wounds so many times before then? And then also, if this expert, unless the Commonwealth disagrees with some portions of this expert's findings, but if this expert said that Lindsay did it out of altruistic filicide, meaning doing it out of love, why bring up some of the journal entries where they were trying to point out resentment that she had towards the kids? Like, oh, look, this looks like resentment. This looks like resentment. Although I didn't think it was a huge deal. I was like, this is just part of motherhood. I think she was just venting. But when they would ask questions, they were trying to make it seem like maybe Lindsay didn't like Dawson. Oh, okay. Maybe Lindsay was getting tired of her kids. Oh, okay. Oh, here's a Facebook post about Lindsay struggling. It's like, why did we see that then? That just makes it really muddy. I feel like they should have been super focused instead of, hey, you know what? Let's just pull a bunch of other things and see what sticks with the jury. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't, even though it won't align with what we are really going for. I don't know. I'm very confused about that part. And I wonder if the jury is too. Because if he's saying that Lindsay didn't do it because she resented the kids, but then the Commonwealth was bringing up evidence that maybe she was resenting the kids, like, I feel like I would just be very confused at that point. And I'm not just saying this just at the Commonwealth too. There are things the defense has done that I'm also confused, because then Lindsay would say something that's like opposite of what they're pushing. I don't know. I think both sides have been kind of doing things where I'm just like, why are we just focusing on one thing here instead of just throwing a bunch of things? And then, I don't know, maybe that does help. Maybe there's some jurors out there that's like, oh, you know what? Even though this doctor said she didn't resent the kids and she did out of love, but you know what? Maybe she did resent the kids, because I remember seeing the journal entry and the Facebook posts. And you know what? I'm going to say she's guilty, right? I don't know. Maybe that's what they're banking on.
For the suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
All right, let's go back a little bit.
Try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
To the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic consider.
And now she's stuck in this like hellish nightmare where she's in a wheelchair. She's on 101 watch. She can't unalive herself. I don't know if she still wants to, but it seems like she probably does based on what he said. This is probably hell for her.
Durations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
How long is this? Dun, 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 dun. Mortal sin.
All right, and so I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes. All right?
Oh no, they're still on break. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, I thought the mortal sin question the first go around was egregious. The second go around, I think he's just trying to figure out what is Lindsay's reasoning here. Like, what's the logic behind killing your children? Because I don't know which religion it is, or maybe it's all of them, where, you know, if you were to unalive yourself, then apparently you don't go to heaven.
Court, all right.
All right, it's a long discussion. I feel like the way that it came out from him was more reasonable as to why it came out. Because again, he's trying to figure out her reasoning, the logical behind it. When the Commonwealth, when the attorney asked it, it was just like, why the fuck would you ask that? But maybe the judge is a little antsy about the, phrase mortal sin because how it came about in the first go around. But Reddington did say that he wasn't going to call for a mistrial for that first mortal sin question. Someone interviewed him. That's what he said.
Court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
Court, all rise.
All right, short recess. He'll come out as soon as he can. Judge, where are you going? Where are you going, Judge? Okay, day 19. How many slides do we have so far? Slide 5. Slide 6. And they have not been back since.
On Lindsay.
Oh, they're back. They just came back. Okay, good timing. Yay, perfect timing. Are we gonna get pushed for a mistrial? Because that testimony was it was very devastating for the defense. Now, I don't know how the doctor would have held up in cross-examination. You never know, right? Someone might do really well in cross-examination. It all falls apart. Well, let's see.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. After the following sidebar conference, I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, This has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago, and I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Kamala?
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong, and she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong, and she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning, and I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
My thoughts. I think the first time with the moral sin asked by the prosecution, I thought that was pretty egregious, especially asking that of Patrick's mom, who you could also see as a victim in all this. She lost her 3 grandchildren. She wasn't being an aggressive asshole in the stand or anything like that. And they asked her that. And I was like, whoa, I was really surprised that they went there. And of course, they went to sidebar. Reddington didn't ask for a mistrial. I think that right there, I think that would have been more grounds for him to ask for a mistrial. Like, what the fuck? Why did the prosecution ask this question? They know they shouldn't have, right? However, the second go around, because the phrase mortal sin came up and things were already dicey the first time, it makes the second time look even more worse because we're under direct examination by the Commonwealth. And I think mortal sin coming up in this second go around, I didn't think it was bad because, you know, he was explaining how Lindsay killed her kids. You know, she's Catholic, but he was trying to understand her reasoning behind it, the logical reasoning. Like, oh, you know, like you want to go to heaven to be with your kids, but from your understanding of what your religion is, it doesn't make sense because you are trying to unalive yourself. And if you're unaliving yourself, well, maybe your kids will go to heaven, but you don't go to heaven. So how does that work, right? But you know what? Because the Commonwealth set this up with the first grenade, if they get a mistrial, they kind of deserve it because they're the ones who fucked it up. If they had not brought up the mortal sin question the first go around, I think the second go around wouldn't be that big of a deal. I honestly don't think it'll be a big deal. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe you guys think it's a big deal. But because they fucked up the first time and it comes up the second time, although there seems to be a reasoning why it came up, you know, if it's a mistrial, they can only blame themselves. It's like, shit, I shouldn't have asked the question the first time. Because now when it comes up a second time, it looks really bad.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say in regards to it said, go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was
all right, the judge disagrees with me.
Not, well, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is we're going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and then I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time.
The judge says that he doesn't want to leave the jury with the impression of that being the last thing that they heard, but it is the last thing that they heard in the testimony, even though the judge is going to give them the instruction like, hey, you have to disregard it. I think if he doesn't want to declare mistrial, continue on with the conversation. Maybe there'll be other parts of his testimony that will stick to them more than ending abruptly and then the Catholic thing happened, the Catholic thing happened, and then ending abruptly and then them giving the instruction and then going home. They're like, what the fuck just happened? That's the last thing I remember from today. Just continue the testimony. All right, I do want to go back though. The judge clearly disagrees with me, which is fine. Let's go back.
And with ultra-sick filicide?
When I said it was part of her exercise.
And with ultra-sick filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, go to God, baby, go to God. And that was part of her expectation that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin.
The judge stopped writing. He looks out in the courtroom. He looks at the witness. I think he's looking at Reddington. Okay, so the judge, it already looks like he doesn't like where this is going. Just pay attention to the judge.
As I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin?
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
So maybe he should not have said how I understand it as. Maybe he should have been like, oh, and then I asked Lindsay, like, what's your understanding to people that unalive themselves? Like, what happens to them? You know, maybe go with that route, I guess, instead of saying like, oh, well, how I understand it as if you murder, if you unalive yourself, then you don't go to heaven. Or if you commit murder, you don't go to heaven. Okay. So maybe it could have been phrased in a way where it wasn't him injecting what he thought what the Catholic religion was, but maybe him pitching it and asking Lindsay, like, hey, like, what are you, like, you know, what, tell me about what your thoughts are. What's your interpretation of it? All right. Well, go back.
Testimony.
Well, here's the concern I have, is what the witness did say in regards to go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area.
Okay.
Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not, well, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is...
Okay, yeah, he perked up. He was like, what does witness say? All right, so he's going to let the jury go back home. I think they should just continue the testimony if he's not going to declare a mistrial. That way, I think ending on that note just makes it stand out to the jury even more. I don't know. That makes it even more unforgettable.
Prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'd be my thought.
I don't know. Something tells me that if there was a world that Lindsay was convicted for this, there might be a good possibility that they could overturn the conviction. I don't know. Based on how this happened twice already. And the first one was because of the Commonwealth.
We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow.
We had like 30 more minutes. We could have gone 30 more minutes.
Sure, absolutely.
35 more minutes.
All right, so we ready for the jury?
Why didn't Reddington object sooner? The judge looked at him like, bro, the judge saw the tactic and stopped it. Well, you know, there are some attorneys, for example, like in the Corey Richards case, where it's like mistrial, 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 mistrial. I want a mistrial, mistrial. The fact that Reddington didn't ask for a mistrial the first go around, and I thought, I was like, oh, okay, this was like, Commonwealth asked this question. Ooh. The fact that he didn't ask for a mistrial the first go around, you know, I look at him a little bit differently. Like, he's not just the attorney who's just going to try to get out of this and ask for a mistrial any chance he gets. He's like, no, I won't ask for a mistrial. You know, the judge did a good job at carrying the issue, gave them stern instructions. So I'm not going to ask for a mistrial. You know, keep going, keep going. But if his hand was on the mistrial button like constantly, then maybe I would take him less seriously.
All rise. Jurors enter.
What a fucking day.
This
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear than that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial, it's irrelevant, it is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right? And so, because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right? And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So, I'm sorry, but so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
court.
I think we should have continued with testimony. Ending with that is think is more of a mistake.
All right. Jurors, can I close the notebooks? This way, please.
He's just a very passionate judge, okay? Yelling is his love language. Dude, what the fuck?
Jurors have exited the court when this court's in session. Please be seated.
Hi. Counsel, one more time. Can I see you sidebar?
Okay. So after considering what the judge said and going back and listening to the testimony, the part where it got really yikes was when the witness on the stand injected what his understanding was of the Catholic faith, and that if someone were to unalive themselves, then they wouldn't go to heaven. When I first listened to that, I saw it as him just trying to understand this logical reasoning that Lindsay had for doing what she did, right? And looking at it at the aftermath. Because again, she's saying that it was psychosis. She wouldn't have logical reasoning at that point. But at the after effect, did it seem like she thought that she would go to heaven together with her kids? But how does that make sense? If you're Catholic, if you unalive yourself, you technically don't go to heaven, or if you kill people, you technically don't go to heaven, right? I don't know. I'm not Catholic. So I didn't think it was as egregious as the Commonwealth asking about, the mortal sin thing in the first go around about a week ago. But I will stand by the fact that because they asked that and they stepped into shit and it was kind of a grenade, the fact that it does come back a second time, it does make it a lot more dicey, in my opinion. So I guess what the witness could have done, instead of telling the jury what his understanding of the Catholic religion was, he should have maybe, and I don't know if he did, go into what Lindsay's understanding of the Catholic religion was. So that probably would have been the more proper way to bring that up. Because it's not like you can't get into religion. I mean, the reason why it was brought up is because she was telling her babies to go to God. And that's why we're talking about it. It's just that him saying, well, that's not my understanding of the Catholic religion. And he didn't say it like that, obviously. But that's what probably made it super improper. And that's why the judge stopped writing. And he looked at Reddington. And Reddington heard some more of where this question was going. And then he objected. All right. Well, I will say this, though. I do like how this witness on the stand is basically giving us his work product. I feel like sometimes when people give opinions, they're very vague as to how they came to the conclusion, especially when it comes to how they considered the other side to it. So the fact that he was like, hey, I considered two sides. One was Lindsay having acute psychosis, and then one where she did it because she wanted to kill her kids. She wanted to kill herself because she was suffering. She didn't want her kids to suffer, and she wanted to go to heaven with them, right? But when he talks about Lindsay having acute psychosis, he goes into some of the evidence that could support that. And I was like, oh, I'm very surprised that he's doing that, because generally we don't really see that. They just look at what doesn't support their findings, and then they only cover that. But the fact that he's going over, some possible evidence that could support Lindsay had acute psychosis, I really did appreciate that. And I appreciate the way that he, went about through all this. But, it unfortunately, with how it went last week with the mortal sin shit, because, that phrase was uttered out again, that's a huge grenade in the trial. Interesting day. Yeah, interesting day indeed. So for those of you guys who did not watch earlier, we continue with the cross-examination of Dr. Mack. So my full opinion on Dr. Mack was that I think he did a really good job in direct examination. I felt like he would answer questions and he would include some nuances that seemed to be beneficial to Lindsay. There are times when you have an expert that won't do that. But, I like it when they do that because it makes me feel like I could trust them more. In cross-examination, things were kind of just, it was, I think in person, it might be better to deal with Mr. Reddington. But in cross-examination, I was like, okay, I think the expert is doing okay. And then at some points, I was like, ooh, there's some yikes here with this expert. For example, I think one was him saying that Lindsay, there's something about breastfeeding. Breastfeeding or like concerns with medication with breastfeeding. Oh, sorry. It was Lindsay was hesitant on taking medications, which I was like, yeah, on the record, if you look at it, I guess you could say that Lindsay was hesitant on taking medications because she would either start later or she would not follow instructions or she would take lower dosages. So I could see that. But when Reddington was still attacking him on this and they got into, Lindsay not taking medication because she was, no, was it the same thing? It was like the whole, something about like her entire history. Like he looked at the total history and then Reddington was like, oh, you mean you looked at when she was in grade school, when she was in high school? Was that with the medication or was that with something else? It was something like that with the history. And then when the expert brought up the breast milk thing, and it's like, oh, okay, so you're not talking about the total history of her life. You're talking about just when she was, breastfeeding. It was something like that popped out. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of a yikes. And then they got into the DSM part. That part I was just like, I don't know. It was, I didn't know what the hell Reddington was doing. I could see what he was doing as an overall picture, but him spending that much time on it, I didn't think was that necessary. It was losing me a little bit. But then today in cross-examination, it continues. Reddington had, a good weekend, well-rested. And I think that expert, Dr. Mack, also was like, you know what? Reddington was pushing me around a little bit last Friday. I'm going to push back today, which I think was a mistake. I think he should not have done that. Because I think the jury can either see it as Reddington being really aggressive and, oh, he's an asshole, I don't like him, right? Or they can look at Dr. Mack and say, oh, he's being a little evasive. Why is he not answering the questions? I don't like this. Should I trust him? And, I think what happened was Dr. Mack was trying to go toe to toe with Reddington, and Reddington was just the seasoned attorney. And, he knows his game. He knows how it's done. And I think Dr. Mack also did not want to be set up in a way that he'll answer something and then later on Reddington's going to use it against him, or maybe something gets misinterpreted. But when you start to not answer basic questions, like there are some questions obviously that requires nuance, and I understand he wants to explain. But when Reddington was asking, is this a symptom of psychosis? Is this a symptom of depression? And then the witness on the stand was like, oh, I can't answer that. I was like, oh, okay, that's like, these are basic questions, just say yes or no, and then just wait until the redirect by the Commonwealth, and maybe they can have you expand on your answers more. But yeah, so I rewatched it during my lunch break, and I was like, yeah, I actually it was actually a lot rough than when I saw it the first time. Also, Dr. Mack didn't know that Lindsay was diagnosed with bipolar 2 at Tewksbury. He thought that she was diagnosed with something else. And I was like, oh, that's a huge major, like that's something that you should definitely know. Like, I don't know, it's weird. Anyways, but we did find out though through that cross-examination that all the different doctors they diagnosed Lindsay with. So, for example, on the defensive side, Zysel, I forgot what he diagnosed Lindsay with. I think he said bipolar 2, and she did suffer from psychosis that day. And then the other defense expert, Dr. Resnick, says bipolar 2. And she did suffer from psychosis. Dr. Spinelli, whose testimony is not in the trial, she's not here, but she keeps being referenced to, she diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 1. And then we have the expert retained by the Commonwealth, this doctor here, diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 2, bipolar 2, but was hesitant because they didn't see any signs of mania, but then they deferred to Tewksbury because Tewksbury diagnosed her with bipolar 2. And then Dr. Mack diagnosed Lindsay with major depressive episode, part of major depressive disorder. So we have, some different diagnoses, and I wonder what the jury would think about that. Will they say that like, oh, wow, there's just so many different opinions in the world of psychiatry? Sometimes you get diagnosed with bipolar 1. Sometimes you diagnosed with bipolar 2. Sometimes you get diagnosed with major depressive disorder. I don't know what they're thinking about that. Whew. But yeah, so going back to, Dr. Resnick, not Dr. Resnick, what's this doctor's name again? This is Dr. Halburn. So I think Dr. Halburn's direct examination was, started off pretty good, very strong. He would say things that were, good points for Lindsay. And then there are other things where it's like, yeah, makes the defense look bad. Some things that stand out to me. So he wanted to consider the motivation for her unaliving herself, because he says that, if you look at Lindsay, it's just so out of character. And he wanted to know what was possibly going on. So when he talked to her and her husband, they asked, he asked, how do you discipline your kids? And they never spanked the kids. They never put their hands on the kids. They actually felt bad when they yelled at the kids. And so to imagine Lindsay to unalive herself and kill her 3 kids, it's just so out of the character. So he was focusing on the why question, which he says is valuable to know when thinking about whether she understood something was wrong, if she can conform her conduct to the law, or if she can control herself. And he brought up how, Lindsay, there's no fame involved, there's no money, there's no callous abuse, none of that. So how could a person like Lindsay, no past history of trauma, childhood trauma, someone that has a good job, good family, family that's extended family that's around her, how could she do something like this? So he looked at 2 possible scenarios. One was the acute psychosis, and then the other one, it was her attempting to unalive herself. And what he believes is that Lindsay, he thought it was unusual to only hear the voice for 18 minutes. He said that's a very unusual manifestation. Lindsay said that it was him, with Lindsay hearing a male voice telling her this is your last chance, kill your kids, then yourself. And that it was on repeat constantly for 18 minutes. However, he said that Lindsay told a psychiatric attending, which I'm like, who? Because I haven't heard about this person yet. Lindsay told a psychiatric attending that the voice said other things, that the children will suffer without you. You will have to take the kids with you. And so he's like, when I see something that's inconsistent like that, it's very important because it suggests that it's inaccurate. And he's like, which version is accurate? Is is it possible that none of these happened? Going back a little bit, he also did mention that, Lindsay is a labor and delivery nurse. So she would know that if she told her, if she told the psych that she had thoughts of harming her children, or she had voices, that they are mandated reporters and they would report her. So I think that helps the defense too, that maybe that's why she didn't tell her, providers about these voices, but only told Patrick and the mom. But yeah, he would say things that would help the defense here and there. Like, again, him considering evidence of, whether or not Lindsay was having these auditory hallucinations, and he was doing a point system, okay, it seems like Lindsay said that it was an external voice, so that's consistent with, genuine hallucination. So she gets like 1 point for that. But then he said that 88% of someone's account is accompanied with related delusion, and Lindsay did not report any related delusion. So 1 point for her not having an auditory hallucination. She said that the voice was clear. She was unfamiliar. It was unfamiliar to her. And there was a single male voice. And he's like, you know what? That's like mixed points. It could go for her. It could not go for her. And then whether or not, if there was a reaction coping, did she try to introduce the influence? Did she try praying? Did she try listening to music? Apparently she didn't try to do any of that. And then there's another point too somewhere. I don't know where. And then they did get into, how can Lindsay, again, she took, they assessed her to see if she was like malingering, and he found that she would underreport her symptoms. And so the Commonwealth did ask a really good question. It's like, okay, like, how is it possible that she was underreporting her symptoms, but then malingering can still occur at the same time? Because typically when you see malingering, right, in other cases, someone will exaggerate and overreport, like, oh my gosh, I was hearing voices. They were telling me to do this. I've been hearing it for months, days. But Lindsay said that she didn't hear the voice before or the voice afterwards, only on January 24th. So it's like, oh, then she must be honest, because she could have just exaggerated and lied about the time leading up to it or even afterwards, right? And then he talks about how, when you're basically asking questions, and, there are times when people will be genuine about all the other answers. But when it comes to that one particular question of whether or not she heard that voice or whether it was psychosis, they could just be lying on that particular matter, which, to me signals like, okay, I mean, that makes sense, right? There could be a difference between someone that's a bad liar, like they'll lie about everything and try to get everything under the sun in, or someone who could be a good liar, right? They'll be genuine and truthful about everything else, but then on that one specific issue, that'll be the one thing that they'll lie about. But it could also be that, what if they are just telling the truth? At some point, though, he did mention that Lindsay was a very sophisticated person in terms of her trying to underreport her symptoms. So it's not like she was doing it in such an overt way, but she did it in a way that was sophisticated. He said that she's a bright woman. That was in the beginning of the testimony. There's actually a lot of good notes in here. I didn't highlight them, so it's making it hard because I just have a blurb of notes here. All right, so he was getting to the part where he was weighing the difference between whether or not she was experiencing acute, did he say acute? I think acute psychosis, right? Or mild, or he said something. Was it acute psychosis? Acute psychosis, or whether it was because she wanted to unalive herself and she didn't want to leave her kids behind. She didn't want her kids to suffer. So he was basically going through that, and then he was trying to say that Lindsay, could have done it out of altruistic filicide, which is what the defense expert said, Dr. Resnick. So that seems to be something that they both agree on. But where they disagree is whether or not there was psychosis. So he was saying that, based off of what he's seen so far with Lindsay, Lindsay had months and months and months of thoughts of her, the impulses of harming herself, that she should unalive herself, that her brain was damaged. And then there's also evidence of her in the past of not wanting to leave her children, whether it was for date night, or them going to school, or she was going back to work. And it would track that if she were to take her own life, that, she wanted to take the children with her. She didn't want to leave the children without her, without having a mother. And that, she was in pain, she was suffering. And although she was doing better after McLean, but that pain and suffering was still there. And that maybe she was even so desperate, which would characterize people who generally would unalive themselves. And so she wanted to, put a stop to her pain and suffering. So that's basically where we were kind of at. And then he was asking Lindsay about, her strangling each child and how she told each child to go to God, baby, go to God. And then he was just trying to get the logical understanding as to why she would say that. It wouldn't make sense if it wouldn't, I guess, like under the Catholic religion, it wouldn't make sense that she would go to heaven too. So where he stepped in shit was probably where he said, my understanding of the Catholic religion, it doesn't happen that way. And that's when you look at the judge and the replay and you're like, oh, okay, that's a trigger right there. And the reason why the mortal sin thing is something that you really want to stay away from is because last week the prosecution asked Patrick's mom that, did you know that murder is a mortal sin? So that makes it like 1,000 million times more worse. They went on a break, or they did a sidebar. Defense asked for a mistrial. He made it clear too that he didn't ask for a mistrial the first go around. He was like, you know what? I didn't ask for a mistrial. I thought the instruction that the judge gave was sufficient, was forceful. It's fine. Whatever. Move on, right? Now, this second go around, it seems like the judge, seems to agree with the defense that the witness should not have gotten into what his thoughts of the Catholic religion was. Like, I don't think he was trying to. Like, I think it kind of just came out naturally as you're testifying. And, maybe he should have given instruction to be really, really careful about that. I felt like he wasn't just trying to throw it in to make Lindsay look like a terrible person. I think he was just trying to understand the reasoning why she did it, if it even made sense. So then the judge is like, you know what? I'm not going to call for a mistrial. I'm just going to yell at the jury and tell them to disregard it. And I don't want that to be the last thing that they remember. So I'm going to give them my instruction. And then we'll come back the next day. And I'm like, huh? We should have just continued with the testimony then. If you wanted to make it seem like it wasn't a huge deal in terms of, hey, you know what? Disregard it. Let's move on. Let's continue listening to testimony. I would just say just go another 25 minutes of listening to more testimony. Anyways, I can just see how this is just going to blow up so much on YouTube. Oh, man. In terms of Commonwealth and the mortal sin phrase coming up again. Oh, man. And it's really unfortunate because, I felt like up until that point, he was very interesting to listen to. And I didn't feel like he was being too strongly, trying to just convince us only that Lindsay, was his murderer, right? I felt like he was really trying his best to weigh both sides. And even in diagnosing her, he was like, I didn't see signs of like manic episodes. He could have just stuck up with that, right? Like the other doctors did. Like, oh, I didn't see signs of manic episodes, so I didn't diagnose her with bipolar 1 or 2. But then he was like, yeah, I was like really trying to be careful about that, like then I considered it was like hypomania, and then I wasn't really sure I saw many signs for it, but I ended up just going with the Tewksbury records because they diagnosed her with bipolar 2, and they've had her for 3.5 years. So, that's why, I think, she does have bipolar 2. So, I don't know. There were times where I felt like he was just trying to be really, really fair to both sides, as he should be as an expert. You shouldn't just be coming in and just pushing the Commonwealth side. But yeah, that's how it ended. It's really unfortunate. It's just how it is. All right, guys. Let me page into the chat. All right. Any thoughts, questions? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? It was a little spicy earlier, but I just want to make it very clear that this is going to be a case that we're going to have a lot of different opinions, and you could still be on one side, but within that one side, there could be a lot of evidence that you might disagree with, and that's just the nature of covering trials. There's just going to be a lot of disagreements happening, how someone views an attorney, a judge, the state, the prosecution, how they view the evidence, different witnesses to testify in the stand. But what's really important is to, especially when we're watching this together, is to just try to be respectful as you can to other people's opinions. You can disagree all you want. I don't really care. I don't care if you guys don't have, if you guys think that Lindsay should be criminally responsible or not. I don't care if you guys think, if Patrick did it, all of them just like, giving a side eye. But, for the most part, you just got to be respectful of each other. It's very important to have these conversations. Let's say, for example, we have someone coming in and, they're being very mild in terms of how they say, hey, you know what? I think Patrick might be a little suspicious, right? If they come in like that with that energy, then it's like, you know what? I disagree with you, but it is what it is, right? instead of attacking them, and then what happens is, they're like, oh, well, I don't want to be here. And there you go, find a different chat where, they might be around like-minded people. And then, they're never going to get challenged, right? They're going to just feel like, I've tried to tell people, how I felt with Patrick. They like made me feel like shit. I went somewhere else. And you know what? Now I'm with a bunch of people that agree with me. So I feel better about myself. I think it's really important to be around people that disagree with you, as long as you're not sitting there getting bashed. I understand. Like, if you're getting bashed, then yeah, get the fuck out, right? You don't want to get bashed by people. So just be nice, be nice and be kind to each other. Try to be respectful. And, there are times when someone will say something and I'm just like, what the fuck did they say? But you know what? I understand. I understand where they're coming from. I'm trying to understand. But you just gotta be, respectful of each other. But I think for the most part, you guys have been pretty good. I saw a little bit of name calling earlier, but I just erased those. But other than that, guys, any other comments or anything? Yeah, I mean, if someone is being rude to you, like overtly rude to you, and then you're like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna be rude back to you, then I understand that. I totally understand that. But if someone comes in, they're like, yeah, I think Patrick might look a little suspicious. He had different shoes on, blah, blah, blah. Then it's like, we could be nice to them. It's fine. We could be nice to them. We could tell them that they're wrong, or, that you think that they're wrong. Don't tell someone that they're wrong. But if you say they're like, oh, I think this, or I disagree with this, or I understand this, right? There are ways with arguing with people that are less aggressive. If you're being really aggressive, then you're never going to be able to convince anyone. And then at that point, you're just there to just fight with people. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, there's probably some parts where I've missed too. Like I know Rain was getting really spicy, but I think they may have been name calling first. So I was like, forgive that part. If someone name calls you and then you're being spicy back, I get it. It's like, you can't always be nice all the time, right? I get that. Trust me. I don't expect you to be like rainbows and sunshines here. But yeah, just try to keep it chill. All right, guys. Yeah, there's that too. You can always block people and stuff like that if you don't like their comments. All right. Anything else? How are we feeling? What a fucking day. What a fucking day. We are not going to have closing arguments tomorrow. This is such a... What a fucking trial. If this is the first trial that you guys have watched, have seen, there are some trials where there are hiccups. There are some trials where there are fireworks. But for the most part, things run pretty smoothly, But you know what, actually? There's been some trials we covered where it feels like you're watching like a soap opera. For example, the Baldwin case. Oh, dude, was that a fucking shit show? So, like the trials are just very dynamic, Sometimes you get trials that are more chill, maybe seems more professional, and other trials, it's like a fucking, it's like you're watching like the Real Housewives or something like that. Like, I don't know. This trial has just been, there's been some moments where I'm just like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, what is this reality here? Alrighty, guys. Is there anything you guys want to comment about today so far? Now, he did mention that Lindsay there's something, and I wanted to see if anyone else picked up on this. I think you guys did, right? So this doctor said Resnick wrote that she was intellectually aware it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. So was that after the fact, or it's obviously not during. She wouldn't be able to know intellectually that it was wrong or illegal. But the reason why it was confusing was because he was talking about what Lindsay was going through at that time, January 24th. And then when he talked about Resnick, it made it seem like Resnick made that assessment of Lindsay during that time. So I was like, huh? I don't know. I was very confused about that. The prosecutor, awful, really disappointed. There are times when I think they had some really good cross-examinations. And then there are times where I'm just like, why did we ask that question? Why are we trying to highlight something that could also be seen as very not important? Like it makes it, if you start looking too desperate, people can smell it and it's just not a good look. Like, I don't know. Like, I get it. There are times when, you know, you want to see what sticks, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. I was just like, huh, this is weird. But you know what? I will give them some grace because maybe later down the road, which it has happened, when the Commonwealth will say something and I'm like, okay, well, there's so far no evidence to back it up. So why did they keep saying it? And then later on we'll hear testimony. I'm like, oh, okay, that's why they said it. That makes sense. Okay. But I just wish that they would present things in a way that where, I don't know, was a little bit better. I don't know. I just feel like I definitely had my frustrations with this prosecution team. I do feel bad for them because I think I don't think they're able to push back with the judge. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I had some feelings with defense too. Like sometimes like they'll push for something and then it's like, oh, well, Lindsay said that it wasn't a head injury, or Lindsay said that, you know, she didn't hear voices before or after. I'm like, why the fuck was the defense trying to maybe say that she was hearing voices before? But I don't know. Stuff like that would happen. But yeah, I mean, there are cases or trials where we watch and we're just like, wow, this prosecution team is fucking amazing. Like a team over here on top of it. I certainly had that feeling with Georgia Kappelman in the Adelson's trial, Charlie and Donna. Wendy, I don't know. Will Wendy have a trial? No, I don't think so. I keep saying I don't think Wendy's ever gonna have a trial. And then Brad Bloodworth, I think, did a really good job. Creighton Waters did a really good job in Alec Murdoch. And then, you know, one of my the prosecution in the Alec Baldwin case, oh my gosh, I really liked her because she's really like aggressive. I love aggressive lawyering. But oh man, did it just end so horribly wrong for her? She was a little unhinged, just a little, you know. But I really liked her though. Oh, I forgot her name, but I really liked her. All right, guys. So that is it for today. I don't even know how I'm gonna recap today. You know what? I think we can. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go over Dr. Mack's cross-examinations. Yeah, cross-examination. Sorry, and then I guess we'll highlight some of the testimony so far with the other doctor, and then we'll end with the moral sin and the judge yelling at the jurors. All right, guys. Well, that's it for today. No closing arguments tomorrow. Maybe on Tuesday, maybe on Thursday, maybe never, maybe mistrial. I don't fucking know, man. We're just sitting here. We're just watching it. Everything's just unfolding, and we'll just have to sit here. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu. Excellent. Yep. Can we rewatch the opening together during jury watch? Possibly. I feel like closing will be a really good recap that you might not need to listen to opening. Maybe. I did listen to the opening again, though. I think there was one weekend where I traveled and I was like, you know what? The Commonwealth said this. I don't understand what they meant by that. I'm going to re-listen to their opening statement. It was when outside the jury present, the Commonwealth said that they weren't trying to present it as a fake suicide. I'm like, okay. Now I'm very confused. Alrighty, guys. Well, that's it for today, unless I missed anything. I don't think there's any comments about this particular day or what happened today. But guys, we've been doing recaps for this trial. Feel free to go check it out on the channel. We've had 18 days of recap. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 18 days. So very, very interesting trial. I think the fact that, I don't know, this is such a tough one because I mentioned this earlier, but the fact that Lindsay was consistent in her reportings to the providers and she had opportunities to exaggerate and didn't, or lie about certain things and she didn't. You know, I think that gives her some huge bonus points. Is it a sign that she's telling the truth and she is a truthful person? Is it a sign that she's a master manipulator? You know, like, I don't know, but I think it's good that the consistency is there, because when you have someone that bullshits a lot, it's so easy to sniff them out. Very, very easy to sniff them out. Alrighty, guys. Well, that's it for today. I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early. I've been having issues with my alarm where my alarm goes off, but no sound is on. And I've been testing it out on my device, and I don't know. It just like, what happens is when I test the alarm sound, right? Sound is on all the way low, and so I make it up, and then when I replay it again, it goes back to being low. And this is like in the alarm app. So I'm like, do I have to download another fucking alarm app or something? Like, what is happening here? So that's why I woke up late today, because the alarm did not go off, or it went off, but there's no fucking sound. All right, guys. Yep. Get some fresh air. I will see you guys later on. We'll do a recap and whew. I don't know. Mistrial? 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 Oh, what a crazy